Greetings, one and all. Happy Lunar New Year and happy Friday. This is our Friday dev stream here at Hanalabra Games, where we are doing development of Sentinels of the Multiverse, Steam Workshop, and mod support. Hey, Jake. We have been working on some multiplayer support, and we're going to be continuing with that today, and other things. We'll see. Okay, so I'm John, lead developer at Hanalabra, and let's get into it. So I fixed up a couple bugs this morning. Some people in Discord let us know about some issues in the new mods beta build with some images and labels showing up where they shouldn't be. I also added in support for villains with multiple character cards like the Ennead, but not the chairman, because the chairman doesn't want to do that. But basically, if a mod villain has multiple character cards, it'll cycle through them in the deck browser for the cutouts there. Hey, Kid Flash Impulse, welcome. So I did a little bit more on multiplayer support here, and we're gonna carry through with that, and maybe we'll see how far we get. We had some issues with the reassign heroes, and that was something I was just looking at, and so I just want to, I'm gonna make a build and test it, because I think I fixed it, but we'll see. I basically made, get out of the way. Get out of the way. I made it so that the reassign hero entry will use the mod graphics and it will use the placeholders if it doesn't find them and so on. And also fixed up an issue where it was using the wrong, it wasn't using qualified identifier in one spot. So we'll see if that solves the other issue as well. And we want to basically get that stuff in. So this was like basically making sure the multiplayer would work properly once you're actually in the game, and we'll finalize that and then finish up the game setup stuff that we still need to do to make sure that if you have a mod and your friend doesn't, then they need to download it or whatever. All right, so this is probably going to play music at me. Maybe. That's quiet, so it's okay. So we'll go to multiplayer. And in the editor, we'll go to multiplayer. Maybe I'll just turn the volume off. Splash screen. We do have a quick way to jump into a game for testing with this little developer test, but you got to do a proper test as well. Okay, and we can hop into Terminal Ballistics #1. So this player will take a mod. Maybe the editor here will take Wayward Bunker and a regular hero. And then we'll also take that Cricket variant over here. And sure, Mars base. Just want to make sure that the reassign heroes panel is working, and there was that issue with closed hands as well. That might have gotten fixed up by the change I did. We'll have to check, and we'll look into it if not. Damage. Alright, so this is being controlled there, so I shouldn't see the cards. Here I can see my own cards. See my own cards. Can't see those cards. Cool. And vice versa. Alright, so if we go into reassign heroes. Oh, we have the right labels, it's showing who's controlling them correctly. So that was a bug that was in there before, so that's fixed. And that has to do with the lookup thing that I fixed, I think. And yeah, so the issue with the thing was the current turn not changing. So let's get to the next turn. So here, yeah, let's just get ahead. I just want to reassign wavered bunker over, and then I should be able to, I mean, this might not be the best test because this is actually a core game hero, but reassign this to journaled. Boop. Perfect. All right, we need to get to the mod character. So let's reassign that mod character to the editor. And this one's controlled by the editor, so we'll just skip. And so yeah, the bug here was that these weren't flipping over, so let's do that. Reassign Noisy Cricket to journaled. And that still is the case. Okay. I mean, I can play them, I just don't know what they are. And we can set up another test that like... Alright, let's just quit out of this and look at the logic that has to do with that. Got a message from Jean-Marc here, let me see. Okay. Yeah, so the closed hand thing, I believe this is closed hand view. And this is called in a few places. We refresh open closed hands. So this should be responding differently, but it is not. I wonder if this has to do with the placeholders. It's just checking to see, is it a deck back image in your hand? And this is just called whenever the properties change, which is basically whenever these kind of settings change. It's not, doesn't happen a lot. is only happening for mods. So I'm guessing that this is... I wonder if the is controlling hero logic is wrong. I thought we checked that these were... Yeah, these should all be qualified. Qualified identifier. What's that? The AFK check. I wonder if that might be... No, that's just getting that. Yeah. So, where are we going wrong here? I think I want to reproduce this in the editor here. I'll just do this. Maybe I'll pop some logs. So. Just to speed it up. Okay, let's try that. And I wonder if, yeah, the developer testing doesn't work great for the testing the reassigned stuff, so we can still, well, we can try. Yeah, we don't actually get that button here for whatever reason. Well, unless I can go to it and join the game. I don't think I can, though. Don't think that works. No. So we need to make it a game. Can probably sort that out, but it's been a while since I did that stuff, so it's a balance between figuring that out versus just hoping to get it right. This isn't going to work, but hopefully we can find out what's happening. So I want the first hero to be controlled by this player and to be a mod. And then the rest of the players can be whatever. Because then we'll switch. What? Why? Oh. That's weird. Why? How did it? It shouldn't have let me pick those heroes. So that logic is broken. That's like literally the logic that's supposed to make it so that you can't mix up expansions that people don't have. So might have to take a second and take a look at that. So if this guy joins, yeah, okay, so there's still a timing quirk going on there because those were there and they shouldn't have been. All right, You pick that. And pick a couple heroes over here. Still a glitch there. The expansions we'll have to look into. Tremble, fools. All right, now we're going to reassign. I do want this to be faster, like it's a 2-minute setup to test. It's not ideal. Reassign to the editor. Clear this. All right, so we get these property changes that are reassigning the hero. We say it should be closed, true. And then interesting. That's saying that it should be closed because we get this call twice. And then the next time it says should be closed false, but then it says it is closed. Or no, it says it isn't. But it clearly. Oh, but wait, is it? What's the name of this sprite? Is that? Is it has to have placeholders? Oh, because it ends with a 0. It has to definitely is the placeholders. Okay. Well, instead of ends with, let's just do contains. So there's no cards that are like. It's because these are like deck back 0. Deck back 1, deck back 2, because there's potentially different options. And yeah, it's 100% a placeholder issue. There's not going to be identifiers that have that in them, right? That's not a thing people are going to do. Deck back? Maybe? We'll get there when we get there. I think that's safe enough. That should solve it. It has to do with the placeholders. So it's like, yeah, I'm not showing deck backs. I'm showing deck back 0. Okay. Let's set that test up once more. And that should be that. Nope. I clicked something that I don't know what I clicked. Multiplayer. Where did this not launch? Nope. So, actually interesting. What's this error? Null. Okay. This is interrupting my logic, I bet. Yeah, in update required expansions. Okay, so it is trying to do it. I need to look at this. An exception in string. 836. Game setup view controller. This is null. When does that get set? I mean, this is checking that it's not null. Oh, if probably you can't pass contains null, right? Don't know. Oh yeah, expansion check is means core game. If that's null, that has to be not null. There's always you always got the core game. Okay. We'd have to do a new build, I think, with this change. Build, replace. So this should be fixed here. But we will verify it. Build successful. I think that was coming up when I had chosen a villain and then the other one entered the room. So let's make sure we have the same setup. We just chose Baron Blade and then we joined the room. I'm getting this. I have to clear that up too. It's not the end of the world. And we go online multiplayer, join this game. And yeah, okay. Yeah, that was that null reference that was interrupting and then making it so that things weren't removed properly. All right, so we want this player to have that, and then otherwise doesn't matter. Baron Blade's gonna Baron Blade. He happened to play Devious Disruption again. That's impossible. How can something with a 1 in 24 chance, 2 in 24 chance ever happen twice in a row? I call shenanigans. 1 in 12 twice in a row, that's impossible. Alright, we're gonna reassign Baccarat to the editor. My cards! My cards! There we go. Perfect. Okay. I'm happy with that. So let's commit these things. This is add a null check. And this is, yeah, I guess I don't need all those logs. Just in case. For the future. Fix, closed, and check to work with placeholder deck back sprints. Cool. Okay. So that is fixed. So let's get into the game setup thing here. So basically, it's a situation where this version of the game, say, doesn't have the cauldron. Then we need it to not, and we need it to be able to pop up and be like, hey, you need to get the cauldron version, whatever. Is the idea. Because it's just not going to work. Because one game will be like, I have all these decks and I'm going to play them. And the other version's like, what are you talking about? That's not, there's no such deck. And it will not work. Or if they're different versions of the mod, then maybe they have different content or different behavior. And we don't want that. So yeah, so I think we initially already started adding a property in Sentinels client. Required mods key. And right, comma separated list. Here are things we wrote last time that I totally remember. Comma separated list of mod identifier dash mod version, where mod identifier currently is the namespace of a mod, but may be something later. To do make mod identifier based on a Steam workshop ID, probably. So we are creating that, and I think we did see that that was being put in, which it better be. So there's nowhere that's using this now. So basically, when we enter the room, we need to check to see, or even before. The problem is we can't always know because of the quick play feature. So we go to multiplayer menu, quick play. We call this join random room, which does a SQL query that we talked about last time, that we have certain things available in SQL, but we're not going to be able to put the mods in there. So it's still going to be able to, it will still try to join and maybe successfully join a room where you don't actually have the mods available. And so when we do join the room, there is logic that actually loads the scene and everything. Joined lobby, joined room. When we join a room, we could either rejoin a game in progress, which we'll just probably just assume that's okay. But if we joined a new room, normally it's going to go to the new game screen, but I think here we can actually keep it on the menu screen and pop up there and say, whoa, 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 you need to get mods. And the other players will see the player enter the room unless we make it so they don't. So yeah. So first, make sure we have any required mods at the right version. Well, yeah, I guess it's potentially we can have it different ways, right? We can have it like disable mods if blah blah blah, like the way that expansions work, blah blah blah. Yeah, and I think that can key off of that setting, right? So if you have this setting turned on to require expansions, then it will be less permissive. So if you go custom game and you have this like this, it will just disable mods if someone comes in without the mod. But if you have that turned on, then it will enforce the mods. And I'm not going to, at least today, make it more fine-grained than that. That says like you have to have this mod versus that mod or whatever. It's just like either you have all the mods exactly or it's permissible. So I think we'll do it that way. And so actually we can do that. That's handled in the game setup screen, right? Setup game, game setup, setup game, view controller, game setup, view controller. Yeah, we just call it new game view controller now. In our new games, it's easier. But Sentinels is older, and we didn't do that. We learned. Right, so required. Right, there was that. I mean, we saw the required expansions thing here in update available cards. So here we're just like adding all the mods in. Right, so add mods. If we're in single player or if all mods are available, we're just throwing in all the mods, but we need to be smarter about that here, right? We need to only allow mods that everyone in the room has the same version of. And it's the same. We should find the other properties around required expansions or whatever. Where do those go? Here. These two should be at the front. Yeah, missing expansions and stuff like that. Player missing expansions, left event code. We'll probably make one for missing mods. Enforce required expansions. Yeah, so when this is called, you're in the room at this point. Yeah, for each player, this is if you're the master, update the list of expansions. That's if we, and then if you're not the room master and they're being enforced, if you're missing any, you get kicked out. And right, then we update, and if there's any characters that aren't allowed, we remove them. Including game modes. Okay, so when does this get called? Basically whenever, like at this, whenever we get an update for multiplayer properties, whenever someone comes into a room, and whenever someone leaves the room, because maybe someone leaves and now an expansion can be played again if they didn't have it. Okay. So I'm just thinking if we should integrate the mod logic into this function or make it separate. It seems like it's pretty similar. Yeah, I might want to just thinking if I want to like think about this more versus getting into it. Sometimes I want to like take some time to think about something before jumping in and programming it. Because it's basically the same logic, but with mods and their versions, which are like not exactly the same. Because we want to like be able to show like, you know, hey, you need to update your mod or whatnot. Because when we go to this missing expansions leave room, yeah, the room master can't leave the room, but it basically makes the player leave and it shows them a message saying what expansions you're missing. I think we had that pop up. We actually customized the message there, I think. It was in this game, an error panel, maybe. Multiplayer. Multiplayer error panel. Yeah. Enforcing expansion packs you don't have. I thought that we had something about mods there too, but maybe that was somewhere else. Okay. So yeah, the thing about mods is that like mods are also happening at this top level. So it's kind of like we need to insert that logic like here. Yeah, what is this doing here? So it's looking for the expansion identifier of each card that's currently available and removing it if it's not in the list. Hey, Trident 42. The march of time continues. Yeah, the more I look at this, I kind of want it to be like a separate function because this is already like a lot. I also don't want it to like clash with this if it is animating at the same time or something like that. It might be okay. Yeah, it certainly would be easier if we don't support the dynamic. Like, basically, if you don't have the mods and you come into the game, it's like you just can't. Versus the sort of, like, filtering out like this. So it's, like, easy in that it's similar logic, but it's tricky in that it's not exactly the same. And it's complicated to begin with, so yeah. So I'm thinking of, like, if we just have another call after this one, which is like update required mods. And then we don't need to worry about integrating into this code, which is like kind of sensitive and not exactly the same thing. So maybe I'll do that. Let's make a new function and call it afterwards, and or just like call it here, like at the end of this, and I think that's going to make life a little easier, assuming it doesn't get all glitchy. So we'll just like call it here. And then we can come back and be like, well, obviously it integrates in easily, but I feel like it doesn't. It's almost like the same logic as this, but not quite. Right, so we're gonna need a player property that indicates what mods the players have as well, which we don't have yet, I don't think. So I think originally I was just thinking like the player locally can compare it and then just get kicked out if they don't have it. That's definitely easier, that you just like, if you come in and you don't have the mods, it's just like you can't join this game. But that's not kind of how it works with expansions, so it'd be nice if it works the same way. I don't know. Any thoughts in the chat? If you think if a player comes into your game and doesn't have the right mods, should it drop down all the content like it does with expansions? Or should it just tell them, hey, update your mods and come back? Because I think that's easier. Like, as the player coming in, well, you just like ideally click a button to download the mods that you're missing and join in, as opposed to with expansions you need to like go spend money, which is a little different. I think that's why I was thinking that maybe it can be a little more strict, because getting the mods is not onerous or expensive. Maybe I don't know if it should be on the game to be like, here's the mods you don't have, when that can be a list a mile long. Right, so if you're in setting up the game and someone comes in without those mods, yeah, mods being handled with expansions. Yeah, I guess the thing is like, the way it's working with expansions right now is to try to like, you know, get people to play online more and like not have like a gatekeeping based on that. And you can still turn on the option to make it work the older way too. So, yeah, I mean, ideally with Steam Workshop, it can just be like a button which is like, download the mods I need. I don't know if you can subscribe to mods in the game. Yeah, mods are going to be hosted on Steam Workshop Trident, so it's not like people will still be able to install mods like sideloading if they want, but like the goal is that it's on Steam Workshop. So I've never played a game that had Workshop integration to the point where you can install them from inside the game. It's always like going to Steam's website and clicking subscribe. Yeah, Workshop handles that stuff. This is posting items. All right, so you can subscribe, programmatic subscribe to Workshop items. Really download and install as soon as possible. So yeah, that seems ideal. Can it be, will it download while the game is running? Looks like maybe. Yeah, like Steam Workshop will update it sort of offline, so this won't have, I think like this won't be a major issue about like having out of date mods. Like it can still happen, but it won't happen a lot, so we still need to deal with it, but like it's more about like that you don't have the mod at all versus having it. But I think just skimming through this, you can definitely, I guess you can download mods within, as long as the integration is done. You can initiate or increase the priority of downloading a Workshop item. So we can download and track that and then let you go into the game once you finish the download. Okay, so actually this makes me feel better about like just not having the whole like knock down the available content. Like yeah, well, Kid Flash Impulse shouldn't ever need, but yeah, with anything to do with networking, you need to deal with the things that shouldn't ever happen, because they will happen. For example, you could be playing in offline mode on Steam, but you can still be playing Sentinels online, even though Steam is offline. Steam won't download things, and you can have an out-of-date mod. That would be a pretty easy way to do it. So yeah, so basically, I think because the goal is for Steam Workshop is that if you enter a room and are missing, I guess that's interesting. We don't want someone to pop into a room and suddenly the room now allows all the mods that they have and other people have to download the mods that they have. I think the mods that the room has would be set by whoever creates the room initially. I think that's fair. And right, because whoever is the room master, the team leader, can change if they leave the room. But if the idea is that as long as whoever actually gets into the room actually has the mods. Yeah, the mods of the room should be the mods everyone in the room has, like expansions. Yeah. And then there's the variants. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to pop into a room and have 100 mods and then the room creator has to download them, right? I don't think that's fair. And that wouldn't be that would not be an expected thing. You would only expect to see like, hey, you're missing these things, you need to download them when you join the room, not when someone else joins the room, right? So basically when you create a room, the list of required mods is set to be whatever you have installed. When you join a room with mods and you are missing some or need updates, pops up a dialog for you to update them. And for now, in the alpha, just be like, you have the wrong version, go download it and come back. If you have other mods that the room doesn't require, they are not available. Yeah, so Kid Flash Impulse is talking about the way that it works with expansions. Like the way you're describing it is how it works with expansions. By default anyways, you can set an option to require the expansions. With mods, it's different though, because the barrier to entry is so much lower, right? Like you don't have to pay for it. 1 second, got a call. All right, just had a delivery arrive. Let's see, chat scrolled a while, so let me see. Yeah, Topher mentioned there's a goal to be able to activate and deactivate mods in the mod manager screen. Yeah, that is something. It's a good point. That would be something as well. You could turn off some mods from that screen. I think I've got that on that screen. Yeah, enable, disable mod, and obviously also applies to multiplayer. Yeah, Kid Flash suggests if you join a room that has more mods than you do, it doesn't require those mods. You get a pair of buttons, install or leave. Yeah, so I think what I want to do initially is kind of more like how it used to work in Sentinels, is that like if you wanted to join a room with an expansion, you had to own it. But obviously it's easier with mods because you can get in the room and just download the mods with one click, and then play. There's no like payment or anything like that. And I think it's easy enough to do that first, and then if we decide that we want to add the more complicated but like more permissible mode where like it knocks down the support of mods in the room, we can look at that. But I think because mods are free to install and easy to install with Steam Workshop, I think that's less of a deal. But maybe not. We'll see. We can always add that on, basically, is the idea. So that's, I think, what we're going to look at first. Potentially. And then if you personally have more mods that the room doesn't require, they're not available in the game. You can't just come in and basically require the room, other people in the room, to start having mods. You can create your own room if you want those mods. So potentially Ponchally, Pintails. Yeah, Trident mentions Workshop has IDs, so definitely a prompt that says this room has this content. Do you want to, not even just view the Workshop page, Trident, but I think based on the Steam documentation, we can have a button that's like subscribe and download it and like have a progress bar like literally right there. So that would be awesome. To like install / update them right there. Potentially could later have logic that allows rooms to have dynamic mod lists. Reducing when someone arrives without a mod, etc. I think this is just going to be simpler for today. Yeah, mods are required by default. You can see games that have mods you don't and get the necessary download links. Yeah, that's, I think, if it's super easy to just be like, get it right there. And maybe we should do that for DLC too. Not obviously free, but like have it pop up and be like, hey, you could get this expansion. Why not, right? Make it easier to get into games like that. Just gonna check my messages over here. Jeremy posting funny graphics in the Slack. All right, so this checklist is basically only allow mod decks that the room initially is set up with. And the same thing join a game and are missing / have outdated mods, pop up a list of what you need to get. And basically, future join game pop-up has subscribe / download functionality for mods. Okay. And so not this exactly. Cards in the box, expansion button is image, and there's just a thing that says variants. I think that's this. Okay. And that's part of this Steam Workshop list. But let's see where we get with this. I think this is a lot simpler than the full meal deal, and that makes me feel better about it, let's say, initially, and then we'll try it. We'll do the simple thing first. That's usually how we do things. So we just have this one property, which is the room required mods, and then in here, I think we can check basically in this function if the room has mods, right? If it doesn't, we just exit out. Check to see that locally we have all the required mods at the right version. Right, and locally we need to make sure do not show any cards for selection from mods that aren't in the list. If we are missing any, pop up the information so we can get them. Yeah. And that's what this logic is doing, but for expansions, basically. So what I want to do here is at the start, check to see, does the room have mods? So first, if room expansions dot contains mod manager dot mod expansion identifier. Because if not, we don't need to do anything. We just, so we need to be in here for this to matter. So room mods, it's going to be basically this room required mods key, and I guess actually if there's none, then we don't care either. Make sure there are, it might say that it requires mods and then there aren't any, so. Mod version. Basically, this is mod identifier. We have to like pass a char because we're specifying that is a list of mod identifier dash version strings. Mod ID is like that. kind of messy, but you do what you do with limited data formats sometimes. And we can like required mod add version. Cool. So then I think we look up to see if our mod manager instance find mod for right now their namespaces. Maybe we add a new function, mod manager.cs. And yeah, also back here, I think we were like using namespace. Nope, here. Yeah, so I think I want to like just proof this a little bit by giving this like identifier. And actually, we don't. Do we know when do we get the namespace is in there right now? It's interesting. So to make this based on the Steam Workshop ID. Then basically we can use this, and even though it is exactly the namespace right now, makes it easier because then we don't have to change these other things later. We just change what identifier is. And then there's the function where we're finding the mod. Get mod. Find mod for namespace. Yeah. Find mod with identifier. Qualified? No. Cool. That's just going to be a little more feature proof because we know we're going to be changing this. So we'll look for the mod manager.instance.find mod for with identifier. Mod ID. If mod is null, mod.version is the same. We're happy. So yeah, the other cases are where it's missing, not installed at all. Wrong version. Cool. Right, so I think what we want to do is make a mods to install, mods to update. Guess we can actually make that. Mods to update, add mod ID to install, add mod ID. So we're like recording the ones that we're missing. If we're happy, we just don't do anything. So if mods to install or mods to update. Yeah, show that information. Otherwise, we're good. And yeah, update available cards. Remove. Yeah, this is what we use to remove ones that aren't available. This logic up here is about literally removing them from games, like the game state that's been selected already, but that's not a thing we need to worry about, because we're not allowing that to like decrease, if that makes sense. We only need to worry about the available cards. So yeah, so basically, in any case, we want to limit our selection list. We want to update any cards that is mod content. I guess like basically this function just tries to limit the stuff that it updates. So this like calling like this or like with nothing will definitely update stuff. You just like update too much. Let's just leave that right now and we can reduce it a little bit later. Yeah, so we need to show a pop-up here with the information, but for now it's just like log mods to install. Mods to update. And just we can just like look at the logs and verify that things are happening here that make sense. And I'm actually calling that, so right here. So I think we can try it. Oh yeah, I think their logic in here needs to be able to know right. The logic in here is just like I'm putting all of them, but yeah. Allow mods that are listed in the room. You know what, let's do this here. And are the right version. Actually, yeah, so this thing is just like getting all the mod decks. But what we can do is add a parameter to this that filters in so in multiplayer, so back, oh, this is all in the same, there's kind of two sides of the coin here, right? We want to get this here as well. And this is just going to be null by default if multiplayer manager is in room. And honestly, if we're the room master, you are allowed to have all the mods that you have. So we don't actually need to filter this. But maybe I'm just gonna multiplayer manager dot is room. I'm just gonna do this for a second to make sure we do the right thing, basically. So this is that list of mod IDs and versions. So basically here we can pass in an iron rule string mod or allowed mod versions is null. And here we're just using a select menu because it was easy, but I don't. Well, yeah. This could become a key value pair, right? Like, let's do that. It's better if it's a dictionary. Like, we don't get to put a dictionary in, but we can get a dictionary out. So instead of getting it as a room comma separated property, as dictionary. Because I don't think room properties are allowed to be their own hash tables. Let's check. Put on engine. Properties. Hash table with string keys, but I don't think they get to have, like, they have numbers or all keys are string typed. But what about values? Custom properties, arbitrary values. But will it work if they're... I've only used them as strings or numbers. Strip to string keys. I think that's in a DLL. It does say arbitrary values. We can try setting it as a dictionary and see what happens. Because dictionaries should be safe because these identifiers should be unique. Mods, basically, new dictionary, string, or like it could be hash table that they like to use. That. We don't like that. Isn't there a constructor to dictionary that takes a list of... No, I guess not. Well. There. There's probably a one-liner for that, but I'm just curious. When we make a room, it will unexpected symbol. Where? Probably just forgot to save that. It will tell me pretty quickly if it doesn't like having that. I don't know that I mean, it's possible. It's been a long time since I worked directly on the multiplayer Sentinels. So we make a new game. Show me the room properties. Maybe? Lots of graphic loading stuff. Here. Oh yeah, it says it's a dictionary. I guess one of the reasons why we haven't done that is just for brevity. And so you can actually see what the values are when you're testing and debugging. But it is very much so a dictionary or a hash table. Then we could put more things into it, I guess, but that's... What's the hash table? Like, this is the class that they like to use. How do we actually set stuff in there? I guess you don't. It looks like he should be able to go like this. Type dictionary is defined in assembly that is not referenced, but these custom properties are just using the same thing. Oh, this is just the compiler being mad at me. Okay, let's make this easier to read. I like this better than like having weird string constructions. That. And then just make sure that's happy, and then we can pull it out as a hash table. Key value pairs instead of trying to mess around with string manipulation, which is fine. It's just not great. Yeah, so we don't get to see what it is in this log, but our things that use it will have an easier time. So instead of where we're doing like that split and everything like that, we don't even need this. We do get room property. And we actually, I guess there's we do have a JSON as well. Is this going to work, or is it going to be... Having these errors is annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Right, now it's like, there's no such thing as split. Key. Value. This might be more annoying because we don't get compiler help. Right, because mod ID is... Oh man, I wish... What is going on? Maybe I can reset the solution here. And it will not be awful. Just like delete this stuff. And we'll regenerate. Caches. Maybe. Sometimes. Yeah, we're still getting that. So maybe instead of that, we do use the dictionary, because then at least we know what it is. Programming with that is just a pain in the butt. I guess I have this JSON that we would use. It's interesting. What's this used for? Variants, I guess? Yeah. Let's use that. That's already there, and that works. All right, we're learning stuff that was written when? In long ago, before the age of time. Not that long ago, 2014, 2015 probably, but let's use that. All right, we figured something out. Dictionary string object. Right. Then we want to set it. So we go dict.toJSON is what that's doing. Okay. And then back over here, it is get simple JSON property blah. And then we now room mods is a dictionary string object, and the version is a string. Okay, now we're happy. I think we're happy. And then we can actually read it in the debug, which is also helpful. Okay. So what I want to do is run this and see what kind of output we get. I guess we can look and see what our output is here, just to make sure that looks okay. Yeah, those errors, gonna sort those out. Set room property. There. Look at that little happy little JSON. It's a little more verbose than the dashes and whatever, but it's definitely more robust than the other things. See, even Cauldron has a V in there for some reason. You never know what you're going to get. User inputted stuff can be anything. So, all right. So that's good, and that'll escape things as needed. So what I want to do is check these logs and make sure that it's going to plan to show the right thing. So let's do a quick build and try it out and look for those logs. And then we'll add in some more logic. I guess we were going to make the logic to show the available decks properly, but we'll get there in a second. So what I'm going to do is have my build folder not, yeah, build folder does not have the cauldron. So it's going to be the one to host the game. And then when I join in, and then maybe locally, I'll have the reverse. I'll only have the cauldron. And it should be like, you need to install John Sample mod or whatever it's called. And we can try some versioning stuff. Okay, so that's that. And then, where are we? In here, mods. I only have the cauldron. Okay. Because I want to host on this one because the logs I'm interested in are on the other one. Let's make sure our settings make sense. Yeah, we have core game and workshopping mod. And on here, let's pop into multiplayer. Guess we can verify that we only have the one mod installed. Oh yeah, it's just like, oh my gosh, we can't continue the game. That's okay. That's expected. Just cauldron. Okay. Multiplayer. Are we not able to see that game? Oh, is it set to private? Yeah. That's a thing that I got caught up on last time. All right. So yeah, it's like, OMG, how do we have these cauldrons? So something, it's not happy about that. Just gonna find my logs from when we first pop in here. So too noisy. Here we go. So required mod, workshopping at version 0.1, mods to install, workshopping. Cool. And then it is showing these, which is not right. So we need to add the logic for those to not be showing up. Okay, so that is back in update available cards is here. In multiplayer, yeah, only allow the mods that are listed. So the whole thing we're doing is basically this should not be that variable. It should be a dictionary string object get simple JSON property. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I updated that in both places. Yeah, okay. So this get available decks, I want to pass in this in every case. And then this doesn't need to worry about parsing. We don't have to have parsing that stuff in various places. It's literally just there. And where is this called anyway? Several places. So I'm going to make this an optional parameter. Cool. So we are finding all the mods, all the decks, and their qualified identifiers. So what we can do is actually just pop in here now and say either allowed mod versions is null or oh wait, yeah, select many. We have to do a where first, right? Yeah. Yeah, and loaded mods is keyed off of just their name. I think. So we still have to go over the values. I guess that could go off something else, but I think that's fine. Where we go? Here. So where? So either allowed mod versions is null, or allowed mod versions dot contains m and contains key m dot identifier and this is in, it doesn't need to be in a bracket, but for clarity, allowed mod versions m dot equals m dot version as string, and that should be m dot identifier. Cool. So all of that to say, oh, and we actually need to, I think we require version, right? Yeah. Get string will like have an exception if you don't have it. So version can't be null. That would be bad. So find mods where either we allow all mod versions or it has that mod that's at the right version, and then do whatever else. Cool. And so that's the available decks. We might need to do similar for the variants down there, but let's start with that. Here, so we're going to just pass in this to every call to this. And so, yeah, and I think we don't need, we can include this. If we're the master, it can be, we don't need to do that additional logic because it won't matter. But we can test this now. It's only a change on one side, so we can still host our game here by going create game, make sure it's open, and join it. Cool. So actually much quieter log because it's not showing Cauldron decks. We do get our thing saying we need to install these mods. We aren't showing a pop-up yet, but it's in the log. But we're not showing Cauldron because that logic was like, you can't have Cauldron. So, cool. That is on the right track. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. Oh. Eventually, maybe someday, I'll have something for this. But right now, I'll do it manually every time. I'll get some water. Be right back. Let's stretch. got my water. Classic. Okay. So what we want to do now is show a screen. Show a screen that says, hey you, download these mods and update these mods. And this is going to be very simple today. We'll make it look nicer later. But it's going to be in this screen, and yeah, basically be a pop-up that you have to interact with. So it doesn't need to be this panel, but it's similar. It should block interaction with everything else, but maybe not with like the chat. So you can still like do that. So let's see if we go in the splash screen. Let's go into the multiplayer screen here and concept something out. So, yeah. I'm curious if this, that does block you from text chat, because that button is in GUI. It wouldn't, I could have a separate button that pops up text chat, because it would be kind of nice to be like, while you're downloading mods, to be like, hey, I'm downloading my mods, please wait for me. We also need a way, I guess you can't start a game if there's someone in here who doesn't have a hero, so that's sort of taken care of automatically. I think, unless they did quick play and they got a hero. Edge cases. We got that. What else we got on this screen? Different pop-ups. Yeah, I think like sort of a pop-up like this, where it lists the just looking at all the different things we have. Oblivion mode, welcome. Guys, you've got foil. Basically, yeah, a screen that's going to pop up and say you can download, like, you need to do these things and then come back, at least right now in the alpha, and then later with Steam Workshop will let you actually download them right there and get into the game. That's the goal, so you don't have to leave. So let's take one of these type of panels and make our own version. Maybe the foil welcome panel. That one's nice. It's simple. So I'm going to duplicate that, and we're going to call it mod download panel. And this is our window. We don't need guys. Sorry, guys. This title label can be in the middle. And it can say mods required. I don't know. And we'll make this like not as big. Okay. So this will say something like this multiplayer game requires mods. I don't know. I'm not in the writing mood right now for some reason. I don't think we probably need that label. Maybe we'll make it. Right now we'll just have like a list. And this will be from the bottom. Oh, I did that on backwards. Yeah. I can go from the top. And then I'll have a button. Maybe we'll have two buttons that say refresh button and quit button. Quit button will say leave room. We don't really use the word, we use the word room or game. I should check our help and see. And this will say reload mods. Yeah, so this can say the following mods. Download them and then press the reload button to play when ready. Yeah, obviously this will be better when Steam is around, when Steam Workshop stuff is there, but for now, it is what it is. And so yeah, this is calling stuff around foils. We need to change that. But this is sort of reasonable. Okay, so this is basically, the quit button is like a back button. I don't know if we have does the back button actually go back, or does it? It does have the back button script. In Sentinels, is that safe to have on more than one thing? I don't think so, but we can just call that method on the back button as if you pressed back, I think. Oh, well, that's fine. That can be public too. Get rid of that warning. Go back. And the refresh button will need a new method. These are multiplayer callbacks. Sort of multiplayer. It's multiplayer related. Let's put it here. Refresh mods. Mod manager. Yeah, we don't have a way to like reload mods yet, or it won't do anything right now, so we'll need to add that in, but at least we have a thing for this to hook up to. The refresh button can call refresh mods. Okay, so I need to make two things on here. I mean, that could be its own panel. Let's make it its own panel. It's probably better. That script is too long. Set up game. Mod. Update panel. Mod download panel. That's what I called it before. And put in our namespace. Mod list label. And that's maybe it. Show with mods. Mod versions. Then this can be here. Maybe that still makes sense to be on the other thing. So yeah, then back on the, because this is going to be more, if it was literally just this, it might just be properties on here, but it's going to be more. So mod download panel. And required mods. This dot mod download panel show with mods. Pass in this, and maybe we'll also pass in the lists of the ones that we need. Interval string to install and mods to update. Those lists don't actually include the versions anymore. Okay. All right, this will be pretty basic. For now, we're just making a string. We'll probably make like a grid of buttons or whatever with Steam Workshop. When we have those IDs. So, okay. So, for each, yeah, I guess we want to check if mods to install any. Come on. Give me my things I always want. Link. I guess maybe we don't need to do that. Install plus, well, yeah, we're using pen format. Version blank. Basically. Then we do this again with update. But make it bold. Yeah, then when we do the refresh. That's kind of good. Okay. We can hide the thing. Yeah, we're not missing any. Just hide it. And when we do the refresh, reload the mods, then call whatever the method is. See if we're good to play. We'll just call that again. But we need to have a way to reload mods. But we should now be able to hook that panel up. So let's add mod. Come on, compile for me. Mod download panel. Hook up the label. Hook up the panel, and let's try it. And we can maybe in our mods folder here, we'll put my mod back, but I'll make the version wrong. And let's not have the cauldron. Oh wait, getting confused about who has what. Yeah, this one can have the cauldron. Whoop, get in there. So this one will have both mods, and mine will only have, this is the same, workshopping, but the wrong version. So I should see install cauldron and update workshopping. That would be the expected result. So let's see. We'll start a game over here. That's going to have the cauldron and workshopping. And it's not private. And if we go into online multiplayer, and I go into the room, bam, mods required. I need to install. Okay, so something there was copied and pasted, but not correctly because I probably just literally copied and pasted. Let's leave the room by doing that. All right. Let's go back in. Ooh. Okay. Can I go back in now? No. Get out of here. Inactive user ID. That's shouldn't be coming up like that, but obviously it is. Look into that later. Freedom 5, 757. Appear for me. Not. Maybe just not. All right, install Cauldron, version that. Install Workshopping, version that. Nice. And reloading doesn't do anything because it's not doing anything yet. And leave room should actually leave the room normally instead of what I did before. Cool. So actually now we can hook up that refresh button so that we can actually like put our mods in and it should update. So mod manager basically is set up to only try to load once. Kid Flash has a question. Are mods going to be able to set custom game titles? How can it get a Dark Watch? Rick City Renegades, Multiplayer Log via the Rick City expansion? Probably not. Because that would be weird to see the other titles of things in the official, like, it would show up. I don't think that would flow well to have, like, I don't know, maybe. My instinct is to say no, though. Those titles are based on official Sentinel comics, so I don't want other things mixed in, like in situations like that. That's my initial thought. Yeah. Okay, so I think we need a method for reloading. Reload mods. And that will probably just call this. This is not expecting to be called twice. I guess we can unload. Problem is we have like the deck definition cache and stuff. That doesn't support unloading things. We need to add that. I don't know if does the deck definition cache actually cache mod ones or does it always look them up? I think it does probably cache them, right? Let's take a look. right here, it like goes and gets it from the right namespace, getting assembler, blah blah blah, assembly, blah blah blah, and then the cache, it only ever adds, it never removes. I mean, we can clear it easily enough. Or clear it for everything that starts with a certain namespace or whatever. You can just have like a full clear all. Clear namespace. Space. Yeah, I don't know if it's worth like going and like removing. I mean, it is like the point of this cache is that it is expensive to parse a lot of JSON over and over and over again. So, we're not doing it repeatedly though. We're just doing it like when you click that button. So it's not something we're going to be doing a lot. So I'll leave it at that for now. If we need to optimize that, we'll add that later. All right, so then back in UI land. We want to unload all mods we have loaded and start over. We want to like unload the assemblies. I don't know that we're actually keeping them anywhere. Mod manifest. Like we load the assembly and then we like, all right, we add it to mod helper. So we need to clear that. Oh yeah, we can remove assembly. Okay. So for each, remove assembly. Just the values we care about. And we might need to also remove the promo cache too. Because I think we have a cache there. And then I guess we just clear the list here. And we say reset our load status and start loading again. And we don't allow this to happen if we're still in the progress of loading. If no clicking too fast. Okay. So I just want to check mod helper has a promo cache that is, yeah, no way to clear it right now. I'll just have a total clear. Actually, we can just have like clear. All right, I guess we do want to unload them. So unload assemblies and clear promo cache. Just like completely reset all mods. Is there like assembly.unload? Load? Is there an unload? There is no way to unload an individual assembly without unloading all the application domains that contain it. Well, maybe it'll still work. Maybe it will freak out. I don't know. We're not. I don't think it's unloading the app domain is a thing that we're doing. But maybe if you reload it on the same name, it will be okay. That's possible. Clear our assembly and promo caches. Okay. Mod helper.reset. Okay, and that resets all of our state, which is, I mean, that can still be the case. Maybe. Yeah, I guess we should unload the Sprite Atlas, right? Because maybe you update it and they change, so. Okay. Fun times. Ugh. All right. Let's see if our reset button works now. So now on the multiplayer, we start a new game. We make it available. There it is. You have mods required. Okay, so what I can do now is be like, no, actually, this is the right version. not 0.1 point foo. It's 0.1. Reload. It didn't get the new information. Oh, because I'm not calling. I didn't put a call into my new method, did I? That might do it. Reload. Yeah, maybe we need to actually call it. Right, so what we need to do is make a coroutine that waits for the mods to be loaded. Wait for mods. Mod helper dot re. No, mod manager. Okay. Start coroutine. I guess what we can do is if mod manager dot instance dot status is finished, right? Or we can just ask, right? Is finished. Isn't that a thing? I thought I made a nice thing. I guess not. Instance dot status stop being a search. Okay. Start coroutine. Reload. Oh my goodness. Reload mods. Sure. Then here we do this and we wait until it's done. Oh, I hate it when it adds brackets for me and I don't want them because it's confused. There's the one. We're getting there. I guess it's because this is running and using my CPU up. All right, we just got to start it in the coroutine and wait for it to finish. And this has an extra check, I guess, which is fine. Just change the status on the same frame, and so this coroutine comes in and says, I will wait, I will wait. Okay, let's go in. Surprisingly, the button did nothing when it was not calling any code. All right, we are here. Let us fix my version number and click reload. Ta-da! It is unhappy about the cauldron variant thing, but we can put the cauldron in and press reload. Maybe. And we're in. Yeah, because when you click it, it like has to process. Cool. And then like we can choose a hero and everything's working. That's cool. Looks like that stuff is working. In a very rough way. Obviously, with that dialogue just being like, hey, go get these. One thing that I'm not sure is going to happen, what is going to work, is suppose I don't have mods and the person running the game has them there already. Like, what? So, like, here we'll start a new game and put in a cauldron villain and hero. And I don't know why that's freaking out. And we don't have the mods here locally. Nope. There's my game. Just like, let me see what's going on. Pop in. And I guess like, oh, I see. All those decks get booted out, which we don't want. That's weird too, because how is this one get to this? This is just another player coming in, doesn't get to decide that. I guess because, yeah, that's weird. This is the room master though. Oh no, they're here still. So it's just a glitch going on there. Let's see if we can see what happened. Player joined. This is all from the Cauldron files. It's interesting. What if we make a brand new game and they just see exactly, just like put a hero and then clear that and jump in with our editor. Uh, 757. Player entered the room. This is our logic that's like updating the decks. And the decks are still available. So why did it move it? Oh yeah, these are so noisy. So why would that player joining affect? There must be some logic in there that I'm missing. Let's look at on player joined and see what we do. Join. Enter. On player entered room. We add the player marker for them on the side. Update required expansions. So it's all this same logic. That's weird though. That it would move that card back, because it doesn't happen if you have the mods. Alright, I think we're at a reasonable point here, so I'm going to commit what we have as an in progress. So this is basically add methods to clear caches or when we need to reload mods. And we'll update the DLL. And yeah, we have changes in here. Oh, right, we actually aren't doing that in here. We're doing it in the game setup screen now. Okay. Working on required mods. Functionality for multiplayer. Okay. So why would update available cards be like available decks was logged out and it was, I might need to like turn the test around. Like this is an entered room. Available decks has all the cauldron stuff, has workshopping, has all those things. And the player's still controlling the hero. It has the marker on it. So something funny is going on there. Yeah, this, I believe, will like also deal with the cards that are already selected. I think so, because like that's the weird part. That wouldn't happen if we had the mods, I'm pretty sure. If we have the right ones in both cases, maybe I'll do a build here. I guess I should check to see. It could be a red herring that it's kicking them out even though they shouldn't be, even if you have the mods. So let's check that. This is happening for other content too. It shouldn't be though. We can also check that. How are we doing on our list here? I think that is, working enough. Same version of a mod. The variants, we need to check that. I think that's probably not being handled right now. Okay, so that build went through. I'm going to make the editor be the room master so I can see what's going on better. And I'm also going to quiet some of these logs, at least like reduce the vast amount of them. That come through. The placeholder stuff is all working good and kind of at the point where I'll bring those logs back if they are, there's a bug, because it interferes with the other stuff I'm working on now. Let's just see if we can. I think these warnings are fine. They're still a little noisy, but they're not as noisy. This log that's like logging out the JSON of a Sprite Atlas we don't need. You're getting 2 logs for each. Yeah. Let's just log once. For each file instead of twice. Or is it thrice? I don't know. There seems to be a lot. I think it's twice for each file. Okay, that's a little easier to scan past. Let's just commit that as its own commit. All right. let's make a new game and choose a regular hero and a mod hero. And then come into the game with the other player. Everything looks good there. And everything freaked out up here, but it is okay. Yeah, it's because it's like that call that's refreshing all the cards, even though they don't need to be refreshed, is what's happening there. That's why we try to limit the amount that gets refreshed. So that's fine. Then if I leave but don't have the mods, it gets upset. But how does it even know that I don't have the mods? That's what I'm not clear about. Like, the room master shouldn't even know that someone came in without the mods. That's not even something we're indicating yet. Like, we might want to indicate that, but we're not. Yeah, and that didn't happen here. So I wonder if that was a timing glitch. Having to do with us, like, reloading stuff too much. Yeah, so we see Tachyon here, but the others aren't there, which is fine. Yeah, and things are reloading too much. That's certainly an issue that's causing some visual glitches here. So let's update that now, I think. So in here, where we're calling update available cards, this is just like only update the ones that need to be updated. So all we do here is we update the cards that we with expansion identifiers are no longer supported. Remove them. Honestly, that's not needed here because if you, well, it is because you have the wrong version of the mods. If you're missing the mod, then you obviously don't have that card. So that's not important. So yeah, I think we only need to check to see update cards that are mod content and mods to update has them, which right now happens to be their same namespace, which won't always be the case. It is right now though. So and mods to update dot contains mod namespace. So that's an argument for that to actually be a namespace, but it's not gonna work. So we'll have to figure that out. If you have that mod, like, if you have that mod already, we get into here, right? So we can actually make a new list. These are identifiers, but these are like mod namespaces. Just to future-proof us here a little bit. Yeah. So this is going to update those and take them out of the list. So this should do nothing now on the master side because that's always going to be empty. And honestly, this doesn't need to be called on the master side, right? Like ever. Because that pop-up is never going to be needed on the master side. Oh, I guess the master changes, right? The master could change while you're while you're playing, like while you're in the room, even and the mod list won't change. And so basically everyone's in a room where they can't. Yeah, so actually I need these things to actually always check. Not, there was a place where I think I had put in a check. I was like, I don't need to check there, but maybe we do. Yeah, that's funny because basically this setting could be set by someone who's not there anymore, which is kind of funny, but something that will happen. And yeah, actually, we are going to still check this if you're the room master, because you might have become the room master and you still can't play that. It'd be weird, but it's if it can happen in online, it will happen. I will tell you that. So, okay. Let's see. Things should be a little less freaky deaky now. So let's try that with going into online, make a new game. Even like changing an option here would like make everything flip out, but that's not happening now because it was like updating everything always. It's still gonna like look and see if anything updated that's important, but since nothing did, it doesn't care. So that, and we'll pop I guess that's an expansion hero, so that one actually will disappear. That's kind of an interesting case here. That Harpy will leave, but like those shouldn't. Report presents. Yeah, so we see just Legacy, and Harpy leaves because that's expected. By how expansions work, but the mods stay, and then if we go and reload mods, yeah, maybe we need to put like an hourglass or something. We do have this issue of that not showing as selected. So I think we need to like fix that. After reloading mods, any already selected decks do not go where they are supposed to be. That shouldn't be too bad to deal with. And that's kind of an edge case here too, right? Where basically like you could just leave the room and come back. Yeah, call the bug. I am curious about the mod variants. Maybe if you had like, maybe that's not an issue, right? Because if you have all the same mods, then it's like that's part of it. I guess there might be more logic. There's definitely like more testing to do on this. Multiplayer testing takes a long time and is a hassle. But I think since it's now requiring you all to have the same exact mods, that covers that, I believe. So we have an update to the image and having cards in the box. And then we have that glitch. And in the future, yeah, so maybe I will add that as a new card. Convert to card. We'll call it multiplayer, join game, mod download pop-up. This. Okay, so once we get to Steam Workshop integration, we can update that dialog to have that. So cool. Okay, cards in the box. That should now just work. So I'm just going to like allow it. We can test it out here. So let's go to. So basically all we were working on today was making sure that you can start a game with people who have mods and make sure that you don't like have a broken experience when you do that, right? That you all have the same content available and stuff. And so in theory, once you get past that sort of initial barrier that we put up to make sure that everything will be fine, everything should work normally. But I have a thing, there's code that says if you're in multiplayer, you can't use mods for that. But we need to now like update that code. So UI game view and cards in the box just says if you're in multiplayer, you can use that. Otherwise, use that. Blah blah blah. Mod heroes are not allowed in weekly one-shots or multiplayer. Right. So we're just saying if you're in multiplayer, you don't get to have mods. But now we can say you just can, except you can only use the ones that are listed in the room. That's the thing. Right. And we can pass in this. Right. Okay. So we can pass in the property, which is going to be a dictionary, right? No. Yeah? Get room, comma, or get room simple JSON property. So even if we're in a room, we pass in the mod versions. And then this checks to see you can only use the mods that are allowed, not all the mods you have installed, which won't be the same, right? Because you could join a game that has less mods than you have. So it's important, like we can't allow, say I have 1,000 mods and I join a game that has 1, I can't be bringing in heroes from the box that I have and no one else does, or it will crash and not work. And right, variants need to obey that as well, because I might have variants for a hero that you don't because of a mod, And so that also needs to be considered. So I guess this check here needs to also respect that. Maybe we'll check wherever that's called. So here, so again, it's, I guess we can get like, make like a, get allowed mods. Get allowed mods. Like this. Boop. Oh, right. Inourable of mod manifest. And here we can say that. And here as well. This can pass in the allowed mod versions, or yeah. So if that's null, like we were playing locally, that'd be fine. But in multiplayer, we need to make sure you're not bringing in variants that other people don't have. Or, yeah, I think that covers this and this cover variants. Does this used anywhere else? It sure is. Yeah, this is actually probably going to break the new game screen from this, right? So that's actually that thing. That's what I was... That was what I was talking about. Because here, yeah, it's going to allow me to choose a variant that other people don't have. And we can check that. And let's get back into that part. Yeah, why don't we look at that right now, actually. So if the local build only has workshopping. Oh wait, Cauldron doesn't have mods. Say the local build only has Cauldron. And I have both. I shouldn't be able to use my weird bunker. That's the test here, right? So, and I'm pretty sure I will be allowed because it's not doing anything about it. And also my weird cricket. That's a thing too. So multiplayer. I thought multiplayer development was easy, guys. Okay. Bunker. There's bunker. You can see him back there. I choose GI bunker. I choose that bunker. I choose that bunker. And then I choose my wayward bunker, and this game is like, what? That's not a bunker. And probably the same thing for cricket here. That one, renegade, wasteland, Ronin, and noisy cricket. It's just like, yeah, I'm confused, and that's how things stop working. So, okay. So we need this, and anywhere else that's telling people what's available, they need to pass in the allowed mod versions. Does this thing know about multiplayer in general? A little bit. Sure. this. Whoop. If we're in a room, allowed mod versions is multiplayer manager dot get simple JSON property. Acquired mods key. And on like mobile, this is just going to be like, there's no loaded mods, so like nothing. It won't like do anything. Okay. That just calls I don't know where this is called. This is called by other things. Yeah. The main thing is that this is calling this, which now observes that. So let's make a build just to make sure that they're both in the same with that change. Well, I'm excited that this stuff is getting close to being done for the multiplayer side. And we should be getting close to actually integrating Steam Workshop. So looking forward to that. Hopefully, you are all moving along well on your mods. I definitely want to start having a bit more of a like, hey, you're having trouble with your mod. Let's talk about like a change we can make in the game or just help out with programming or whatever, to segue into a bit of that in some of these streams. Because we definitely be excited to have some mods ready on the workshop like for day one. So that'll be cool. So we definitely want to help you out with your mod development. Okay, multiplayer. We're hosting here, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah. And that's fine. Then big old editor comes in and says, I've got all the mods. I want to play my variants. But you can't. Unless you talk about it and then both download the mods you all want. That's fine too. Okay, so I'm going to be like, I want bunker. And I want Freedom 5 bunker. Oh, only regular bunker. That other bunker is not available. Perfect. And same thing here. Noisy cricket not available. Excellent. Cool. That is the thing I was talking about. Okay, so now to carry on from that, we can bring in. Oh yeah, we don't have completionists, guys. I need to like install the DLC for this build so it can actually choose something from the box. Okay, so we have our DLC folder. Mini pack 3, completionist guys, right? That's all we really need. That doesn't test everything though, right? You need Oblivion. Or the whatchamacallit. So let's go with an Oblivion game with completionist guys to start. Should be fine. As long as he doesn't die. Oblivion and completionist guys and some random time. And this is the one that has more content. I guess we can have like 3 heroes. So let's pick a hero there. Let's get into the game. Oh yeah, it's always private. It's like remember it's supposed to remember it, but something with like how doing a Unity build like that works is it resets its settings, or I don't know what. It's a mystery. So we're gonna do cricket. We're gonna do I don't know. Divisionary. Okay. Let's try not to lose immediately. I mean, you can't lose immediately in Oblivion. It just seems bad. We might lose guys immediately, though. Hey, what's this? Why is this second battle zone card? Oh, wait, no, that's an environment card. Okay, it's just doesn't have any text on it. It's like it looked like a battle zone card, but it's something to do with this environment. I think this is the first time I've actually started an Oblivion game with mods in it. I don't know if anyone else has tried it yet. Well, he's attacking everyone and moving us to the other battle zone. That seems fine. I guess we want someone to get incapped. That's part of... So we actually don't support choosing mods from the box at all now, right? That's in Oblivion. But I wanted to make sure, guys... I think I have it disabled for Oblivion entirely. Might have time to look at that this afternoon. So actually, yeah, this is not a situation where... Oh, hey, look, we flipped the shield through certainly our amazing heroing. All right, guys. I just want to see if I get to use my power. If it does. Except, yeah. This shouldn't be able to pick the noisy cricket. I didn't pick everything, like, exactly right that I should have for this test, did I? Right. Wait. Why can't I pick cricket? We're in the same battle zone, so that's an issue. It's like there's no variance of that hero. There's no variance of Echelon. But there should be. So there's something not quite right there. And I don't know if that has to do with multiplayer or not, because it's all very complicated. One thing I do want to do with all this stuff about choosing from the box is set it up in the engine for unit testing, because it's just, as you can see, that was like 5 minutes to set up a test that I'm not sure exactly what happened. It was very hard and to reason about what's going on, and it's very difficult to iterate on it. And so I haven't set up like unit testing in the Sentinels engine for mods. I've set up unit testing like in my sample mod, but we're gonna have to set that up. So I'm gonna go ahead with this, which is basically, yeah, these were improvements to the update available cards, the promo helper, yeah, so this is one change, which is avoid updating available cards needlessly. And this is, yeah, in theory the code looks fine, but working on supporting getting mod cards from the box in multiplayer. Infernix says, didn't you say weren't any mods in the box at the moment? Wouldn't that mean they don't have variants to choose? There is Cauldron in the box. There's Cauldron, right? We had Cauldron mods required in that game. So all the stuff that's native to the Cauldron should have been available there, but they weren't, right? In that Completionist Guy's dialogue, so there's something wrong there. But correctly, like the Cricket variant in my mod wasn't there, but also all the other Cricket variants weren't there either. So that's not clear if that was an accident or whatever, right? Right, so that is working now. This Dex variants needs to be continued to look at. Image, and then that little bug there. So yeah, I'm actually going to make a card here, which is about engine level unit testing for selecting heroes and variants from the box. Because we're running into these issues, right, that we're having to do with like the data that's getting stored in the engine and stuff. That's just really difficult to iterate on. So that might be something I get to next week. I talked to David and Jean-Marc about it, and like basically getting it to that point where we have the unit tests for it, and then we can iterate on that at that point, I think will be the better approach. Cool. So really rough multiplayer support here. I think it's probably not something I'm going to ship this moment, but maybe by next week if we get a couple of these things tidied up. So that's cool. See what else I can do today. Maybe that's unrelated. I kind of wanted to have placeholder environment music. That shouldn't be too hard. Right now, if you go to an environment where there isn't music, it's complete silence, which is not great. So I think I want to like have it pick one. So we have sound, and just to verify that that is the case, we have silence. Because it looked for the file and could not find it. I don't think we're gonna have like placeholder songs, but I wanted to like have at least like try to pick a random environment that you have available. We're not gonna like compose a bunch of placeholder music. I don't think Jean-Marc is too busy for that. So who's calling this? Music helper. Yeah, we could not load music from mod. We do have this fallback music ID. Who's calling that? Why are we calling that? I don't know where that is coming from. I don't. Can we see who's calling it, and whoever passes a fallback? The end game screen. Right. Okay. That's fine. Play a placeholder. So this is for the end game screen if there's no used for the end game screen when there's no villain music for other music. So how do we pick an environment? Placeholder. But we don't want like this stuff necessarily. We can still make it be consistent though, right? Random environment placeholder. And so we want it to be based on the deck identifier. Or the music ID. The deck identifier. And let's see, helper dot all playable environment identifiers. That doesn't return mods, right? That would be weird. Loop, yeah. Zero and available dot count. I don't think, yeah, we need to. Actually, we should be assigning this. Maybe. I guess no one cares. Nobody cares about the return value of that. And actually, yeah. Then we just call back into this, basically. That and that. Yeah. And we'll just say playing placeholder music. That seems nice. So it'll be the same music every time you play the environment, but it'll be a random playable environment song. And if you don't like it, you should include music in your mod. There are many royalty-free options, I believe. That would be cool. All right, let's go just continue game because we have that. Oh yeah, playing placeholder music, Realm of Discord. Spoopy. And if we continue the game, we should get the same one because we're initializing it based on your environment's identifier. Yeah. I like it. I can dig it. Play a random environment music as placeholder when mod is missing music. Cool. And maybe that's going to be weird in the deck browser screen. Let's take a look. Let's check if we want to throw a placeholder in there and not have it play environment music for villains. Mods. Oh yeah, it's totally like, we're going to play Insula Primalis. Yeah, so that actually there should be a fallback for this, which is the main menu music. These can play whatever, that's fine. Maybe these should also play main menu music if they don't have music. Deck browser detail 439. Yeah, the fallback music on this screen should be main menu music. I think, in general. But I think having the main menu music play over and over during gameplay is probably not ideal. So it's like nice, but it's, you hear it a lot already, right? And you're used to hearing it through like the multiverse with heroes. Oh, interesting. It is like, I want it to continue if it's already playing. So let's just fix that. Are we stopping the music? I guess that's, we're probably stopping it early. Yeah. I think that's fine. It's just like restarts. It is a little annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Or if we set, if we set the crossfade, that could be interesting. I don't think that'll work though. Yeah, I think it's okay like this, and we can tweak it later if needed. We'll go with that. Okay, done. What else? Lots of little things, not like even a lot. The stuff in the box, as we talked about, is going to be, that's these 4 cards really, plus the multiplayer one. I'll talk to Jennifer about an image for that, and we'll look into that bug, and maybe the cards in the box thing will put off again. But yeah, we could maybe look at this. Variants for non-mod decks showing up in the deck browser, because right now they aren't, because there isn't a page for them. But we do have already the concept of a page that's just cards in the multiverse with the mission cards and the Eon Men cards. So these don't have like a artwork part, and that seems fine. So let's see what we do there. Maybe that'll be the last thing we do today, is some little bits and bobs. So in deck browser, I guess this is going to be deck list to begin with. Deck browser menu. The Oblivion entries. Right, we're just sort of adding them based on the subdecks. If it's mods, though, we want to show variants somewhere. Mod dot get all variant definitions. Are those might be those variants for other decks? I can't remember if those are variants for other decks or variants for, I think those are, yeah, these are variants for other places. So yeah, I guess they can go at they either go at the bottom or the top. So I don't know which way. And actually this is, it's like, we don't need the list here. It's a singles page. So like, show mods. We'll just grab this. Show mod. show mod and basically blah blah blah. I guess I just want to be in here. This is looking for an IEnumerable string. How about we do that? And then if mod.variance.any, variance is like, it's just one page, right? It doesn't have many sections. So I believe if we go in, there should be no, well, we can go in and look at the different cases. In the multiverse, we shouldn't get a section because there's none. It's null. Great. In mods, which I need to find a spot for that button. Cauldron should, oh, argument cannot be null. Oh, I guess that's null. Mod variance. Cauldron really doesn't have any mods. Well, we'll look at my thing, and Rujuin's has lots, so that will be a good example. And I don't need audio now. So mods, my mod is the best. Variance. And yeah, it's trying to like look it up. So I think basically we need to like const string variance section ID. And then the other screen needs to know what that means. Because it's trying to like load the deck definition. Right, and again, we need for the navigation, we'll need to add it in there. We'll just do that. And this is deck browser menu view controller. Sure, this makes it easier if this is just an empty list. Okay. Then we are looking up deck definition somewhere. I guess it's going to be here. If we have a special case. Okay, it's not going to be happy about that. But the menu screen should be okay. Mods. Menu screen is okay. And then it's like, right. So we do have lots of stuff here that's assuming we have a definition. So basically, sorry, if, oh, come on. This .deck identifier equals do that. Otherwise, do everything else. Maybe not everything, but most. Everything, because, oh, I think we went. Yeah. Mainly we're using the definition above there. And this can come up here. Music thingies can come up here. So that can go, that can go. We don't need to worry about yeah, we can put this in. What I can do is yeah. Discord name. Discord name is definition, not name. Move this stuff down, 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 down. Okay. Background stuff. Okay. This stuff can move up. This is interested in definition stuff. Okay, I think that's a lot. So I think we can say if definition is null or a subdeck, no bio. So this stuff is after here because is it? This can go up. Here, I think. Oh, right. What we can do is make a false. True. Come on, typing. Why? Whenever you search on, it's like my computer is very fast. All right, if show cards only, bam. And next, previous button titles is gonna break, but it's not gonna break right away. So let's see if all that stuff got us anywhere. It's also not gonna like show the cards. So a bit involved in like, hey, show the variants, but what are the variants? I don't know. We'll get there. Yeah, so it's trying to load the deck definition in show cards. So at least we got to the show cards call. So that's something. We may as well fix this, I guess. Basically, if next equals previous. Okay, show cards. Show cards. Need to make a dummy turn taker. Need to make a game. Need to... Yeah, that's not gonna work. New game with the variants. Interesting. We kind of need to make a new game for each one, probably. Oh. Something like that. We did something where we like made as few games as possible with what we had. I can't remember where we did that or if that was just in my brain. Oh, it's here in the test variants. We try to make up a test game and right. We make as many games as we can. So we could just like basically use this to return, use that type of logic to get all the cards. I think. It's like, yeah, I'm sure. I feel like we did that. Okay, so. Right. Cards is not always defined. Create card. Excuse me, objects for all variants. Okay. Gonna have to do this. And we got the hiccups. We could like make one. We can just make one game with. No, we can't make one game with all the variants because. You can't have more than one deck or one of the same deck in the game. So I kind of basically want this, but like. I want it to give me back the. Why does it take a Q? It's interesting. I guess, yeah, we take one variant for each deck, so we do, yeah, okay. Right, we're testing the variants in the mod, which we don't care about. We're testing the external variants. I wonder if we could just like say, hey, give me the card objects back. I think so. We have them, we just won't care about them. Like a list card, variant cards. And we can call it like output variant cards. And that could be like nullable, because we don't actually care about it up here, but if it is there, we can like make them. If output is not null, add range game dot find cards. Use promo. Yeah. I think that should work. And then this can just call that method to test it. Where are we here? Here. Mod.test external variants. Cards. Well, I need to like variant list new. And then we'd like sort it. Order by sending. Sure. I think it's just order by identifier. Well, we can. I guess we can group them by. Then by promo identifier. So if it's like, we'll group them up together by their original hero or villain. That seems good. Let's try that. Might still be trying to load a deck definition somewhere, but mods, that. Hey, look, it worked. Baron Jeremy, Wayward Bunker, Noisy Cricket. And it doesn't have the, and then we have this variance button. We don't want that, but that's cool. I don't know why. Oh yeah, it just didn't load something right there for some reason. And then we can like go back, forward. Right, it's not clearing the background or the graphics, but that's okay. Progress. Right, so in this configuration, I think there's some stuff that's assuming that it's going to always happen. We want to do this stuff. We want to not show the variance button. That can just be like here. That's fine. How about we call the method? All right. There. Let's look at our hero. That, our environment, and our variants. Cool. And then we can go back to that. We can go back to that. Oh, it's still kept that. Hey. Right, we need to do this too. Probably. Yeah. Just like clean up any graphics that are there from other things. All right, the graphic goes away. Perfect. Cool. So yeah, all the list of variants that you might have in your mod. Variants for other mods or variants for the core game content and expansions. Cool. That looks like that is done. And whoop. Page 2. Mod deck browser. Showing variants. Yeah, that sounds good. And I guess they could like separate them by like core game versus other mods or whatever, but like we can expand that if it becomes necessary or desirable. I think all in one place is okay. As an example, we have Ruduin mod has a whole bunch, right? This is an old version, so sorry if it's out of date, but we should be able to see what it looks like if there's a bunch. There. Yeah, 4 heroes and a pile of variants. Cool. Spellforge variants. They don't take too long to load. I think that's a reasonable mechanic, and it looks like, yeah, they're ordered by, like, these are the Void Guard with V and Absolute Zero. I think Ruduin hasn't specified titles in his mod, at least at that point, so they all have the same name, but that's something you can specify as a different name. And of course, artwork. Cool. So that is that. That's probably it for now then. Yeah. Oh yeah, one last bonus thing I was thinking of. Where can we put this button? Maybe, I don't know if I'm going to do it right now, but like basically all these buttons are important. So I think it's going to like maybe tuck in with like these at the bottom. Like this becomes a line of 3 buttons instead. Things are like all connected to each other, so I'm not sure if that's gonna work, but basically shimmy these over. Shimmy this over. And shimmy that over. Oh no. What have I done? Did something bad. Kind of like there. Make it the purple. Or whatever the purple is. And then it would just say workshop. And be a little bigger. And they'd be 3 buttons across. I think that probably works. So I will probably do that next time. I'm just thinking about where would that go. Could potentially do some other rearrangement because, you know, feedback button could be different. It doesn't necessarily need to be one of these buttons. But also, like, that's only going to be on PC and not on mobile, the workshop screen. So it doesn't necessarily need to be taking up a notable place. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking of right now. If you have any thoughts about that, you can talk to me about it on the Discord. Nightbot's linked to our Discord right there, and there's a workshop channel there. So that is going to be it for today. Maybe I will see who we can raid. Anyone else doing a dev stream or playing Sentinels or something like that? Trying to get into raiding at the end of streams. Sentinels. Oh, it's me. Aegis Rim. Sentinels of the Multiverse. No. Dev. Game dev. Game dev. Game dev tycoon. Indie dev. Euro Truck Simulator. Game development. It pulls up Grand Theft Auto. It's weird. Let's see who this person is making Unreal game. Seems like they're playing a game. What's Game Trade Media doing? They are doing some miniatures for D&D painting. That's always nice. I will raid Game Trade Media, so if you would like to follow along and watch some D&D painting, seems like similar to watching me program. So I will get a raid started there. Feel free to jump along and get some bonus Hanalabra points. And we'll see you soon on our other streams. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good day and a great weekend.